just like, we don't know even want to take your shot or not. We don't know. We don't know. Are we gonna shoot some green candle at the chart? Possibly. I don't know. I think that's what the market's waiting on right now. This little bit of a sell-off though we had right here. I mean, even historically, let's go look back at some of these reactions to this level on Ethereum. And so far, fingers crossed, this hasn't really been much of a reaction so far. I think already this little bit of a buyback here is a good indication and a good sign. And I really think like this institutional money that's coming into play is helping a lot with that. So throw out all the previous price action out the window, because now you got, you know, BlackRock or these big hedge funds, these institutions buying supply and trying to like control price action and everything. But this right here, all this was like, you know, Caroline from FTX, you know, just slinging leverage and free rolling her trades on FTX because they couldn't get liquidated. You know, we had all that going on back here. So that's why the price action looks so crazy. And it was so funny back in 2021 with FTX, and I was wondering why Solana traded so wildly. Well, now I know why, because Caroline was just free rolling leverage.
Bruh.
Yeah, Sam Bankman was like, "Yeah, honey, just go ahead and just fucking do whatever you want. Trade $1 billion. I don't give a shit."
Bruh.
Let's moo, says Chad. Bobo, spot and chill. Rekt, are you Asian? I am not Asian. I'm not Asian. I will not lie about my my race, like some people on this app. I'm not gonna name any names.
Oh shit, here we go again.
Green Bobo tomorrow. Green Bobo. Bobos have been having a lot of green days. The Bobo strength is honestly actually kind of scary at this point. Like a bear that is this bullish is pretty terrifying. It's like Cocaine Bear. It's almost like a horror movie at this point. Like, you see a bear like this powerful, it's kind of like, you know, I don't know.
Oh shit, here we go again.
It's something you kind of fear a little bit. But yeah, that's Apu. Apu is just resting at this resistance area. I think it's gonna pop still to the upside. I feel like, you know, that gif or that image of Kobe Bryant where they're doing the ball fake in his face, and it's like these bears are like trying to scare you into selling, and nobody's really flinching. They're like, nah, this market's bullish, bro. Like, even when with that last red day, we're like, nah, I don't think so. I'm not selling this shit, bro. If ETH breaks out, that's what I keep saying. Like, the risk of selling your coins, like, okay, if ETH goes down and like, oh, you lose or whatever, but the risk of selling your ETH meme coins or whatever before ETH finally breaks out of 4K is just way too risky, because you have the potential to make so much money if Ethereum actually starts pumping and going crazy and you get out of your positions. It's gonna, like, I wouldn't want to live with that. I couldn't do that. I would have, you know, sleepless nights like, damn, what could have been? Ethereum just went up to 10K in one candle and I sold everything because I was over trading at resistance levels. Like, crazy. Yeah, it's like Cax not being black blew my mind.
Oh shit.
Hey, I wasn't gonna say his name. But he loves saying my name every single day. Yes, he is. I've heard he's actually from Pakistan, but shout out to Pakistan. 4chan market forces. Green, red, blue, yellow, black. That actually looks pretty dope. I like that color scheme. I was at the Kobe game versus the Magic. It was Matt Barnes. Were you actually at that Kobe game where he did the ball fake? If you were, that's that's legendary. That's crazy, bro. That's like a, man, die happy knowing that. Mumu is a pure hold. We'll go look at Mumu, but I'm still, you guys know I'm very bullish on Apu, and like these charts like this on the brink of a potential Ethereum breakout or like alt season, it looks really nice. You're looking for charts like this, like with these little accumulations before breakouts. And I keep referencing the link chart with Apu, because if we go back here and we go look at some previous price action, look at this right here. This is a bit longer of an accumulation range right here, but I like to, you know, compare it to Apu. You have this little accumulation range, and you have these breakouts once they get out of these little corrals right here, as I like to call them. And another chart, speaking of corral and cattle, that looks very similar to this. Let me show you what happens when we finally break out of these little ranges. If we go to Mumu, where is Mumu? Mumu right here. Mumu, look at Mumu. You got these little, accumulation ranges, and it's trying to break out. Now let's go back to Link right here. So you see these little, we put these in these little boxes. We dump, and then it like kind of flat lines, and then we have these big breakouts. So that's what Apu's trying to do right now too. And you can see the resemblance here on Mumu. So Mumu is trying to break out of the box and ascend higher. It is right at resistance. It is coiling. It's like consolidating right here. You can see it wants to break out because it's sitting higher at this higher range right here. It's not doing its typical, automatic rejection all the way back down to what is it, 1 mil. So this right here is kind of it's snitching on the market right now. It's telling you, hey, the market is way more bullish than it's been all year, because meme coins aren't doing this average retracement after they hit these resistance levels. They're like, nope, we're gonna chill right here because we think something is going on with Ethereum. They're like, so there's your clue to kind of what's going on in the market. And if I'm looking at that and I'm a bear, that's kind of scary, because why the hell are you not going back down? So that's when bears are just like, you don't know what's really happening right there. It's kind of curious price action. So prepare to get liquidated, Bobos. Hi Rekt, how are you today? I'm doing all right, doing okay. I got my FaZe Banks take and rant out of the way on stream. I just don't really I don't understand quitting and giving up, basically. Unless, like, if you're gonna, that's one thing, is when I see a celebrity or an influencer talk about launching a meme coin, I always kind of like, launching a meme coin is kind of like I don't want to say like the worst thing ever, but like you're in it for life. Like you're it's like joining a gang. You might as well tattoo the ticker on your forehead, because you're in it for life and everyone is going to know you by that for the rest of your life. So just be aware of that. If you ever launch a meme coin, make sure you actually love it and you love what you do, because everyone is going to judge you for real. You can't quit. You can't. It's over, bro. Like, you can't quit. It's like getting married and you're never going to be able to get divorced from the coin. It's just going to follow you around forever. It's like a pet that'll never die. It'll just follow you. So you better hope you like the pet. It's going to be your sidekick forever. That brings me to my next coin. Let's talk about Mooncat. Where's Mooncat at? Okay, so Mooncat, all right, I got my Mooncat chart right here. We got the double top demon up here. This is your all-time high. Mooncat was really trying to break out and make a new all-time high the last couple days, but we have people selling off this little resistance area right around 6 mil. So, Mooncat keeps grinding upwards and making these higher lows, and people that want to sell, they can take profit and sell, but this coin just keeps inching higher and higher before it's going to break out of all-time high and go into price discovery. And if you haven't noticed, like Moonshot, they have a lot of connections, and they're talking with Jupiter, and then Meow. They're all shilling it. Like, they're hard shilling this coin, and it's kind of stuck underneath a 6 mil or all-time high for now. But it doesn't look like they're going to stop shilling it anytime soon. So we get these little sell-offs, and then, they shill it, and then it pumps back up, and then you get these little sell-offs. And, these sellers are eventually going to run out of tokens. So these tokens are being distributed. And, props to whoever, bought Mooncat low. I know there's a lot of people who bought Mooncat really low that are probably seeing some really big profits, maybe for the first time. And like their phantom wallets and stuff, and they're like, man, I just made 8K, or I just made 7 grand for I need to take this money. And so it is what it is. It's slowly inching higher though, and soon the sellers will be, they're going to be exhausted.
Bruh.
So
I'm about to bust.
I think that's what's happening on Mooncat right now. We're kind of distributing. I bet if I go look at the holders, it's getting more and more distributed as the days go by with Mooncat. When Bobo plushies in Walmart, I've actually I need to go take a picture of a Bobo plushie next to a penguin in Walmart. Ron, Rekt, Luca never quit. Yeah, Luca, honestly, Pudgy, like I've said before, Pudgy penguins are really laying out the blueprint in crypto. I mean, we can go look at Pengu while we're talking about them. Why not go look at Pengu making its recovery? And now Pengu, I did not notice, but Pengu almost made a new all-time high a few days ago, and it looks like it's working on it right now. You got a little bit of a bull flag here again. Look at this thing, a little bit of a flag. You see, like a Mario at the end of the level when you jump on the flag and it goes down, but this one looks like it's going to pop up and go even higher. Yeah, it's a nice little bull flag forming on Pengu. But yeah, Pudgy penguins are pretty much, I think, the blueprint for brands right now in crypto. I don't really know. I think even like Rekt soft drinks, that's another one that is just absolutely outperforming the rest of the market right now. This is at 400 mil. I mean, it had its first red candle in how many days now? Look how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like almost like 2 weeks of green daily candles, and you had your first real sell-off, if you even want to call it that, today at 480. So props to them. Rekt is doing soft drinks and stuff like that, and they're kind of following the Pudgy blueprint a little bit as well, just in like a different way. Yeah, so but that is definitely something Bobo can do. Like Bobo is like we haven't even got the tip of the iceberg on Bobo. Bobo is like such a massive brand that it makes my head hurt to think of how far it can really expand, and that we have like a stranglehold on it too. It's pretty interesting what the future may hold with Bobo. Yep, I am, says Yerp, says I am not gay, but I want to live in a log cabin. Oh god. All right, air. I can't read the rest of it, but it's right there for anyone that wants to read that in chat. Mooncat trillions coded when Stonks. We can go look at Stonks real quick right now too. Stonks chart. Man, you guys were not lying. I listened to that Spaces this morning with and David Gockstein, and you said there were like 20 Stonks that popped up, and you were not lying. There are a lot of Stonks coins that are just randomly popping up. Let's see here. Stonks. There you are. Jeez, man. Okay. The one with a actual long chart here. Yeah, you're still at that little resistance checkpoint right here. You're doing the same thing as pretty much everything else in crypto. You're consolidating underneath these little resistance areas, and you're pretty much waiting for Ethereum to move. And if Ethereum breaks out, you're going to see Stonks break out as well. Stonks is going to pop to the upside because, yep, all your liquidity is in what? It is in Ethereum.
I'm about to bust.
The meme coin supercycle is not just a prediction about the future. It's already happening.
So I think that's pretty much what Stonks is doing right now. They're chilling. Let me see here. If you have like a little bit of a support area forming anywhere, I think you're pretty much at like a little support. I mean, really, you're just probably going to chop around right here and wait for Ethereum to make its move. Or you can just start taking off. I don't know. Maybe you have some bullish news that you're about to post or something, and you just go ahead and break resistance. I don't know. But that's pretty much what Stonks is doing right now. And that's what Ethereum is going to be doing pretty soon, I believe. Leave a Bobo hit marker on the grave and then go inside and write a file. Oh my god. Said no peepees? Oh, no peepees. Yes, I know what you're talking about. The PPs, the PP NFTs, with the Bobo t-shirts. Yes, we know about those. Speaking of NFTs, we have NFTs right here. We have OpenSea up. Man, I need to. My settings are in USD. Oh, there we go. Crypto. I don't want to see USD floors. I want to see Ethereum floors. Okay, that's better. And somebody has been sweeping CryptoPunks aggressively, multiple people, and I think someone else in the FaZe clan nuked their CryptoPunk. So that was kind of interesting. Was it like banks like telling everybody sell your crypto? We're not doing this anymore. If you don't sell your crypto, you're out of FaZe. I don't know, but there was a bunch of people from FaZe, I guess, selling off shit. I don't know. Something, I don't know. Just go check it out on the timeline. There's lots of stuff about it. Miladies are at 3.1 ETH. Pudgy Penguins are up almost to 16 ETH. So Pudgy Penguins are on just an absolute tear right now. Moonbirds pumped quite a bit. Now they're kind of consolidating around 2.3. Don't really project. The SPX NFTs are doing really well too. 2.4. We were talking about CloneXs yesterday. CloneX, I guess they're abandoned right now. Someone was trying to CTO them last time I checked. Hash masks have been kind of making a little bit of a run. There is a lot of people that want to unload these on you guys. I'm telling you right now, because these were like one of the biggest NFTs when NFTs like first started. These were all the rage. They are pretty cool though. I'm not gonna lie. I enjoy looking at the hash masks. They are around 0.2 right now. And how many are there? There are, what is the supply? Oh my goodness, there are 16,000 of them. So, I mean, for a 16,000 supply, that's a pretty good floor price right there. So, they're already up quite a bit. And I like looking at them. They're cool. Some cool stuff there. And they have some kind of weird lore too, like how they're all connected and stuff. I don't know. You can dive more into the hash masks if you want later on, but it looks like the usual suspects are doing well in NFT space right now. Miladies, Pudgy Penguins, Fidenzas are catching a pretty big bid. Fidenzas are also one of the more, eye-pleasing NFTs to look at. Generated from they coded these, so pretty cool. Moby has gained popularity. Smurfcat NFTs, man, I haven't looked at the Smurfcat NFTs in a while. Let's go look at the Smurfcats. Smurfcat, come on, show me the real Smurfcat NFTs. It's not, I'm looking at the NFTs, the collections. One item, are they, how many Smurfcat NFTs are there? Are there 100? I think there's 100, right? No, dang it. Okay, so I gotta go to Blur to look at that. It pops up on Blur. ENS digits been going, Burr. So ENS catching bids too. Okay, so yeah, Ethereum really is back. Smurfcat. Descendants of Smurfcat. 3,300 of these little cats. And they were created by the real artist, and they're at 0.02. 0.02 right now. So the actual artist who created Smurfcat made these NFTs, and you got like 3,000 Smurfcats looking at you right now on Blur. I like Smurfcat. I'm a big fan of Smurfcat. Bobo Council NFTs have been people have been buying. People are speculating with the Bobos again. They got what's our bid right now? People got a bid at oh gosh, well, they got it at 0.03, 0.02, then someone got a stink bid at 0.01. So people are trading them around. The floor right now is 0.06, and not a lot are listed. I believe 69 nice are listed currently right now. So there's your Bobos. We are higher than Mechaverse, I think, unless Mechaverse is catching a bid. No, they are. Oh, Mechaverse. Look out. Mechaverse is giving us a run for our money right now. They're They are back up to 0.06, so Mechaverse and Bobo Council are neck and neck right now. We just gotta sweep the floor real quick on Bobo, and then we'll beat them. We don't have many left out here. I could sweep it, but I've been wanting, you know, people to maybe, you know, get one for the cheapest price possible if they really wanted one, to maybe like hold. You know, Ethereum goes crazy, and I think all-time high on Bobo Council was, I think it was half an ETH. It was going crazy in 2023. I think 2023, 2024, when Bobo was all at all-time highs, and these were selling for like I think half an ETH. There's some, everything was selling for like half an ETH. It was Bobo Council go burr. So letting people pick what they want instead of just like sweeping them and like doing giveaways and stuff like that, because there aren't that many listed. Anyway, that is NFTs. Let's look at what has been up the most in the last 100, in the top 100 in the last 7 days, I should say. ENA, Athena, that's interesting. The VC, SPX, Crowcoin, Crypto.com, Pudgy Penguins, BNB, Bitcoin Cash. Let's go look at the BNB chart real quick, because BNB just made a new all-time high. Are there any coins on BNB going crazy right now? Because look at the BNB chart. The BNB chart is going insane. Pretty much it went all the way back down to the support area right here. Around, I think it was like 200, 212. And then it just kind of took off. It broke out and it never looked back. So BNB, all-time highs. $1,000 a coin for BNB. That is so crazy to think about, because I remember when BNB was 20 bucks and even cheaper when it was first out, and no one ever really saw BNB ever being this high until they started doing like burns and, you know, pancake swap, all kinds of random stuff like that. Check the PP blur chart, Mr. Bear. Oh, I clicked off a blur. We can go look at it real quick though. One of my favorite genres of music is called Muzak. Okay, I'll check that out. My friend is at SPX. Well, he's on side with Bobo. Still hasn't bought though. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of SPX people that have been, you know, checking out Bobo lately. You know, they're window shopping right now. I'm telling you, these SPX wells, man, they're gonna be, you know, they're gonna have more money than they know what to do with. So they're gonna come out here and they're gonna check out Bobo. They're gonna check out Apu. They're gonna, you know, check out Joe. They're gonna look at all these coins and they're gonna be like, you know, what else can I park my money into, because I'm up so much on SPX. And you know, I'll put a little bit in here and start making some multiples on this too, and that's kind of how it like trickles down through the rest of the Ethereum ecosystem. And maybe some base coins too. Base coins have been taking off a little bit as well. Base season. Should check out what's going on with Cubic and Monero. Yeah, Monero too. Look at Monero. Let's see here. What should PP? Hold on real quick. We're gonna go look at Monero first. Where's Monero, bro? XMR. Okay. Man, XMR. Everyone knows XMR is just gonna have this monster rally one day, and honestly, it looks really good right now too. It's sitting at a support level. Let me get rid of this little white area right here. There's Monero chart. And you see it ran up here, so you got your all-time high, your wick right here, Here's your candle closes, and you know, this was kind of acting like a resistance area right here. Just, you know, this is where it usually, you know, people see these wicks and they're like, oh, we gotta take profit, because this is an area that's always like heavily sold off every single time. But this time is different.
Bruh.
We stopped. We had a little bit of a checkpoint here, support at this area right here. These candle closes. It looks like traders are trying to set up shop right here to maybe come up and retest this area. And if Monero does that, we got to look out for a consolidation and then like a real major breakout on Monero. This thing is really starting to curl up too. If we go, let me delete everything off this chart, and we really zoom out on Monero. It's giving this like parabolic curve. Yeah, it's this really nice look to it. You know, just starting to curve upwards. Got to zoom out here. And who knows? You know, Monero takes off. I guess we won't know because everything's private. Can't see what's really going on, but we can see the charts. We can see the candles, and it looks pretty bullish right now. Monero, Cubic capturing 51% of a Monero hash rate. Where is this Cubic you speak of? I'm gonna have to look into it. Like, are they trying to like cook Monero? Are they Cubics? Are they like? Hold on. I want to look at that now. Cubic Monero. Okay, let me go look at this. You lots of Monero bros are in disbelief that a 51% attack by Cubic can happen. Let's see here. Cubic will definitely destroy Monero. Jesus. So I'm all over here like Monero's gonna go to the moon. I mean, but the chart looks bullish. So right now the chart's bullish. We're sitting at that support area right here. Let's see here. But we got Monero FUD, so we're about to check that out next. So that's a really, I'm glad I charted it before I saw the FUD post. So this is like my unbiased review of Monero, and it's sitting at a support level right now. But now let's go look at Cubic and Monero. So Cubic will definitely destroy Monero. Monero mining stats currently. So Monero bros should mute the word Cubic. So we got some Monero FUD going on if y'all want to check that out. Lots of 51, you know, this 51% attack has been going on for a while. So well, just that FUD, the 51% thing pops up like every cycle, it seems like, for Monero, but you know, I think it's a valid concern that always pops up with Monero. Any proof of work chain can be attacked. It doesn't matter how good your coin is. What matters is the security budget. Bitcoiners shouldn't gloat. Bitcoin might be next. Here is a brief history of 51% attacks. It's not denial, it's not disbelief, it's that you and others are encouraging fear and panic on the basis of minimal amount of data. So everyone loves fighting on Twitter. On a serious note, they've already shown that they can sustain 30% for short periods. For a successful 51% attack, they just need to double that number for a little longer period. It's not that they need to sustain it for weeks. In 2 to 3 halvenings, that won't sound like a joke at all. Bitcoin's security budget is diminishing. So, okay. This is like bear porn. This is like bear FUD. If you guys want to check that out. But it is a valid concern, and it pops up like every few you know, every cycle at least it's talked about. And as technology advances, it's gonna get more and more, you know, of a threat, especially, you know, with, you know, in the future you got, you know, quantum computer chips and stuff like that, and who knows, man. Yeah. Just enjoy the market while we still have it before our AI overlords take over everything and you see just robotic Bobo memes all over the timeline, just fudding, and you know, the only thing left will be Bobo memes, just posting everything, doom posting. Pancake swap NFT still a thing? I don't know, but the Pancake NFT, like the Binance NFTs, they had a really big ecosystem with that, like with the cake, and they had like the lotteries and stuff like that. Sheesh. It was really, really slept on. Let me see here. Binance NFTs. I forgot what their NFT marketplace was called. Bobo Billions, thank you for the follow on Twitch. That's a great name. I guess it's Binance /NFT for the NFTs and mystery boxes. But that's what I'm wondering. Like BNB is at all-time highs. Is there anything else on BNB? Oh my gosh, what did I click? They're like, you're American. Get off the site. Okay, fine. I'm leaving. I didn't want to buy BNB stuff anyway. Anyway, just stopped in to say Bobo Billions. Thank you, Lamb Bobo. Let's see here. I think Elements are on Sol. They're gonna do something. They're part of a Dash Mobi. Okay. Maybe so, maybe so. Mr. Bear got them ADHDs. Well, I was gonna look at the PP NFTs, and it's like the name. You always call them PP, so I know them as PP. And I always forget the actual name of them, so I just had a brain fart, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna look at something else. It's not PP. Look, I'm typing in PP on Blur, and nothing is popping up. Tell me what the name is again. It's Pudgy. No, they're not. Is it Purgy Penguin? No, Puppets. Pudgy Puppets. I'm like, okay, finally, I got it. Yeah, you ain't gotta tell me. I remember now. Don't kill me. Pudgy Puppets. There we go. Pudgy Puppets. And they have the ones with the Bobo shirts. So if you want, you guys can kind of see it a little bit. There is the Pudgy Puppet with the he has a stick of dynamite and a Bobo t-shirt. He's kind of chunky, and he has a K-cat, like Miladies do. So these are the Pudgy Puppets. And they're at 0.01, 0.02. It's time for me to sweep them right now, live on stream. I will just buy all the Bobo shirt ones, and I will be a Bobo shirt whale. There's 4 of them that are listed. The Pudgy Puppets, the Bobo shirts are 0.02, 0.02, 0.04, and 0.11. And they're holding Candy Cane, Doge, Stick of Dynamite, and a Pudgy Penguin. Those are the Pudgy Puppets. his little gothic puppets. Check that chart. Let me check the chart. What are y'all doing? I see there's a lot of cells over here. You got a lot. Is that you sweeping? Who's sweeping them right now? Live on stream. Here we go. People we're catching a bid. Save one for me. So yeah, there are people. That's one of the things with like the Bobo community. We have like, our classic, Bobo Council NFTs, and I've just kind of like left them, these. And if you know the lore behind this collection, it was like an unfinished collection that it kind of like got like sniped into existence. It was just a test contract that somebody found, and they started minting them, and then I had to go and pause the contract, and it was like a huge mess, and I had to go like scrape the metadata and like fix it. It was a nightmare, but we got it figured out, and people got what they got with these. That's why they're all kind of like holding items. They weren't all supposed to hold items like that, but that's how they came out, and they came out pretty decent for how everything transpired and developed. And they're used a lot on 4chan. They're used a lot on the timeline, and a lot of people don't even know these images are associated with Bobo a lot, from what I've noticed, or their NFTs in general. But people love the Bobo memes. They're kind of like, they used to be rare until we really turned it up, and now we have over 6,000 Bobo memes all gathered here on bobomemes.com. Shout out to Bobo Capital for putting all this together. Bobo Capital, also OG Bobo content creator. So yep, that's the lore behind all that. Leave one for me, says Radskilla. What's your take on Frankie, the Gat coin? Huge socials promoting it with risky stunts, and if he dies doing the stunts, it goes to billions. I've seen that pop up on the timeline a few times, the Gat coin. Every time I see it, I think it's pretty funny. Isn't he like an influencer? He has like a BBL. Like I think that's like for real what's going on. Is it I'm scared. I'm actually scared to type in GAT. Is it GAT with 1 T or 2? Okay, it's with 1 T. GAT coin, Frankie. Let's see here. That one has 17,000 followers. So official GAT coin powered by Frankie. The one and only GAT. So yeah, I think this dude has like a BBL. There's Ron from UFD in the videos as well. And I don't know. I think it's funny. I always thought a GAT coin would do really well. I just pictured it in kind of a different light. Not his GAT. I think the term GAT could definitely send. I just didn't picture this guy being the poster child for GAT with a BBL. So bullish on Frankie coin for real. I think that Frankie coin is super undervalued. I'm scared to talk about a lot. Scared to talk about a lot of things. What's it at right now? Let me go look at the chart. Yeah, it's pretty funny. It reminds, man, that coin, it would have went to billions in 2021. Yeah, for sure. GAC, it's at 2.7 mil. It kind of popped a little bit here in mid-July. So I mean, it's got more activity on the chart than it had previously. It had its initial listing pump, and then it went down. It looks a lot. This is exactly what the Bobo chart looked like the first couple weeks afterwards, and then it took off again, and then it did this thing like bloop and did and bloop, and then it went like super high. So if this looks familiar, that's because it looks like the Bobo chart for all the Bobo council members in the chat right now. But this is GAT coin. Bubble butt Frankie. It is pretty funny though. If we get a legitimate alt season, even this coin is going to send. If that coin fails to rip to every single creator coin, he gets billions of votes. Oh wow, the absolute bottom of Bobo before the 14th February pump. I'm stacking GAT now. Yeah, I mean that's people. That's what people gotta come and do their due diligence on these coins. Like if you want to make a bunch of money, people were looking at the Bobo chart. Think Bobo when it looked exactly like this. Maybe someone's gonna look at GAT coin and see an opportunity here. Like you said, he's like huge on socials and everything like that. They're gonna be like, oh my god, why does this chart look like this and nobody's on it? And then they're gonna go buy a bag and then start chilling and then maybe GAT to the moon. I don't know. It's funny though. Every time I see it, I laugh. So that's gotta stand for something, right? Digital Galaxy helping clients sell BTC again. FaZe Banks. Let's go tap into this real quick. FaZe Banks reveals pages are allegedly being paid 40 to 50 grand to run smear campaigns on him amid his crypto scandal with Aiden Ross. So someone's trying to run a smear on you, bro. Something, dropping 50K. This is a very real thing in crypto too. It's happened to me. Not 40, 50K on my head. It was like $300 or $400. It was $300 or $400 is crazy too. So people were paying other people to FUD me in Bobo for a while. I don't know if it still goes on. It might still go on. I don't know. Some of you guys have seen some of the screenshots from the early days of Bobo where I would just get mass spammed with bots of like hashtag Bobo is a scam, hashtag Bobo is a scam, and it wouldn't stop because somebody was paying, people who run bots like that. I don't know, like FUD bots, like $400 or $500 a week to FUD me, and it sucked. Like you just had to go through it. It's just a crypto thing. That's like just another thing, bro. Like if you're gonna be a big name, like this shouldn't even surprise you, because crypto MFers, they got money to like throw around and like push narratives and like the cabals and stuff like that. So if you want to come and swing with the big boys, just get prepared for anything and everything, because people got money to throw around, just fuck around and do dumb stuff. They could go put billboards of you in Times Square and call you a scammer. I don't know, like, just, it is what it is in crypto. I don't know. Just go and bull post your coin and prove them all wrong. That's all you got to do. That's all Banks has to do. Banks can just go, we're going to send, he can go post on his account right now and say, we're going to send MLG to the moon. And I guarantee you this coin will like go bloop, just straight up, and the entire narrative will change. The only problem with that is you have to maintain, the attention of MLG. He would actually have to like somehow brand it into FaZe Clan and maybe make some type of utility for it. I don't know, like use it for something. I don't know, that'd be for him to decide, but you'd have to make it part of your brand and your lifestyle to have like longevity, so it just doesn't pump and dump. It's gonna have its natural like market cycles and everything, but I mean, I don't know. That's where Alk gets his gas money. Oh my god, bro, don't get me started. That picture. Okay, so it was like a Bobo hater, big time Bobo hater, who was he was hunting moose or something, and there was a post about him, like they made like a joke that he's hunting for food, and like they zoomed in on his dash, and it was like he had no fuel and his check engine light was on, and there was just like all kinds of things going off. It was like, you need to be hunting for a mechanic or whatever. I don't know, bro. Hey, that's one person who Alchemist, if you're listening, bro, I know you do it for the love of the game, because if your dash looks like that, you ain't here for the money.
Bruh. The meme coin super cycle is not just a prediction about the future. It's already happening.
Hey, he does it for the love of the game, bro. He hates on Bobo for the love of the game because it ain't making him money. It ain't making him money. So we figured that out. So he's here for the love of the game. So if FaZe Banks had the will and determination of someone like Alchemist, MLG would already be at like $1 billion market cap. He needs to take some of like, that just some of that alk, put it in his heart. He just shows up every day, after hunting moose in the forest. Does anyone know if he caught the moose? I don't know. Maybe he did. Still hasn't caught a runner. He still hasn't caught a pump in the last 3 years though. So I don't know. Anyway, let's look at Ethereum. Still doing battle with resistance. Not gonna lie, it's they got us in the first half. Still trying to break out right here. We'll see how the markets open tomorrow morning though, with everything. The DXY caught a bid. That's gross. You don't want to see the DXY going up ever, because when the DXY starts catching damn it, the chat. Still hasn't caught a runner though. He can catch moose, but he ain't catching a runner. So the DXY is pumping a little bit. That's always gross, because when the DXY goes up, typically that means crypto goes down. Gold is still consolidating underneath this resistance level. Gold looks like it wants to have like a monster breakout. This is actually a really bullish looking chart. Like the longer this consolidates underneath resistance, it's gonna have like a crazy god candle on gold. Usually, like I've said this a while back too. Damn, that shit fucking made me laugh. Gold's making these higher lows right here, and in crypto anyway, with these resistance levels, you're like, oh, this is a triangle breakout. Look at this perfect triangle breakout about to form. We're gonna pump. And usually the way this goes, in crypto anyway, is it runs the stops. So like we have some big dump I hope that doesn't happen because that means crypto will be dumping as well. But then you have like this quick little, dump. You run the stops, everyone gets liquidated, and then you go back up, and then you end up pumping. So usually there's some massive like bear trap or fake out when you have these really bullish patterns like that. Hopefully nothing happens that gets us to that point, and it's just a really clean breakout. That'd be nice too. Tesla looks pretty good. Tesla's forming a little bit of a triangle pattern here. Look at this thing. This looks pretty sick. And it's holding the support level right here. Here's their previous areas of resistance, now acting as support, and this looks like it wants to try to break out right here. That's a pretty clean looking chart on Tesla. Not gonna lie. Probably one of the cleaner patterns I've seen on it in quite a while. So we'll see how it reacts. If it breaks out, then probably gonna pump pretty hard. That's a good sign. Tesla looking like that. That's a pretty good sign. Let's go look at Coin. I think Coin was still kind of in price discovery mode. It's pulling back a little bit, so we're looking for an area of support on Coin. So let's drag this over. Previous all-time highs. Maybe we come down here and test this as a support somewhere in this area. It looks like it already tried to bounce around here, like very rough. Maybe it comes back down here and retests 344, or it can just maybe it bounces right here around 378. Loses 378. I think your next area is around 340, but that is charting Coinbase coin. And I feel like Coin kind of, Coin's been doing its own thing, but could you say Coin follows Bitcoin as well? We have a little bit of this pattern right here. Look at this. It kind of broke out of that. Got back in. So really not too much there, I should say. Let's take a look at US 10-year. I got that somewhere. We can start looking at like the housing market, the real estate coins too. That's always fun. Actually, I have that list somewhere. Banks. You remember that when banks were all like crashing and like some banks were like rugging and going to zero, like bank stocks? I just like loaded up all the bank stocks that day just to like keep an eye on everything. I was like, damn, Bitcoin's really going to go to 100K. All the banks are rugging. The US 10-year. Oh. That one's coiling pretty nice too. Let's look at that on the 3-day. Yeah, look at that thing. That's a really. That looks like you could throw some Bollinger Bands on that thing. It's getting pretty tight in there. Bruh. No diddy. But you can see it like coiling up, even if you zoom in more so. That thing looks, it's going to definitely break here in a little bit. We're going to know the direction. Check out inverse. Oh, okay. Inverse. Talking about the housing. Yeah, like it's a little house logo. The real estate. Inverse real estate. Or is it just, can I just like, inverse the real estate chart? Like, boop. There you go. Wow, we're seeing a lot of volatility on the housing right here, though. Like, look at this. It was really smooth all these years, and now look at all this volatility we're getting right here. This is just like crab action. Snibu is out and full force, and the housing market is just like doesn't really know what it wants to do. It is definitely looking like it wants to top out. I don't know. This is like, what is going on right here? From 2020 until today, 2024, it kind of looks like it's starting to get back on a smooth path, but that's a lot of squigglies going on up there. Still hasn't caught a runner. But the FUD money wasn't enough to fix his engine light. That's right. Hey man, streaming, I don't know. I don't really do Twitch or anything. I don't stream enough to like, make money off streaming or anything, but like doing those spaces and everything, man, spaces, they don't really pay money. I don't know what, I mean, David Goxstein does a lot. And, David has been through like multiple cycles, so his situation is completely different. He's seen so many different coins. Who knows what coins he's bought over the last, 5, 6, 7 years in crypto. I've heard he's had pretty good, sizes of like, Bitcoin portfolio. I don't know, but so that's an entirely different situation. But most of the time, it's like the spaces and stuff, they don't really pay, like hardly at all. The engagement and the rage bait and everything like that, it's definitely not worth it when you could be spending your time doing research and finding new coins and things that'll pump and stuff like that instead. At least that's why I was really on it with the streams, and I was like, man, I need to get back into the trenches for a little bit and like find some coins. And that's when I found Annie. Annie, they came out with the Grok or whatever. Annie was a big win for me. Mooncat, I shared Mooncat with everyone. That's looking like it's going to be a really big win. Just stuff like that. There's so much other things you could probably be doing with your time than sitting around and it's just broke mentality. It really is. Like, I don't know. I feel like I really do feel like I could get along with Alchemist. I really do. It just hates me, man. He just absolutely hates me. I'm trying to get back to the charts that I was looking at here. Oh, here we go. Back to Bybit perps. Here we go. Solana. Let's look at Solana real quick. Let's get back into it. We went off on a little bit of a tangent there. We were looking at like the housing market and stuff, but we're back to crypto. We're back. The future of Fed cuts will be interesting for the bond market. That's true. We're getting a lot of, speculation with that. Do Digibyte next? DGB? Man, I haven't looked at the Digibyte chart forever. Hey, they had a lot of gifts. Like, they were cooking. That's an older coin, right? They were cooking back in the day. Like, every GIF in crypto was like Digibyte related. They were ahead of their time. Really were. Solana is kind of chilling at a support level right here. It broke out, and now it's kind of chilling at support. So we're going to see, it's going to probably just waiting to see what the market does tomorrow morning. See, ETH BTC still looks pretty good. Wants to chat higher, in my opinion. Ethereum still consolidating underneath this resistance. Bitcoin trying to hold an area of support. If we go here and look at it on the daily, you can see this level that Bitcoin is trying to hold right here, right around 117.5. Someone just has like, I don't know, infinite money bid right here, just trying to hold it up. If it breaks, I would say this area maybe for a bid. You can clearly see the support here at 112. If this this one right here were to break, it's definitely grinding this 117 area right here though. But it's holding. It's been holding for how many days now? Like 1, 2, 3, 4. That's almost 2 weeks. Just been holding it. But it's definitely, I don't know. So there's a war right there. You got kind of a little bit of a triangle pattern here forming too. So if 117 does continue to hold and it pops back up to the upside, watch 119 for another breakout on Bitcoin to send higher. But it's a little sketchy right there. A little sketchy, but look at all these wicks. Look at all these buybacks right here. Big wicks. And this one right here too. Went all the way down to 14, bought right back up. And they're trying to close these candles at 117.5. That's some pretty good strength. Also, Michael Saylor said that he didn't buy any Bitcoin this week. He was like, nah, I'm good. Hello, user05. Hello. The best little coin made ever, Digibyte. Let's go look at Digibyte. Dude, I got it on. Let's go. Oh, it's Digibyte. Every time I hear it say Digibyte, I'm like, Digibyte Digital Monsters. Digibyte. OKX USD. I want to look at the old ass chart on it too, though. Like the really old one. This coin is like ancient, isn't it? Like, yeah, look at this thing. Oh my gosh. This thing. 2014? I didn't know it was that old. I remember it. Well, I guess it is because when I first was like getting into crypto, back in like 2016, you know, around this time period, Digibyte was there, and Digibyte, for whatever reason, the way they marketed themselves, like with Giphy, they just had tons of meme content with Digibyte, like rocket ships, you know, with their logo sending and stuff like that. And man, look at these. Let's just go back in time real quick and admire 2017. These like, imagine, like, these are the charts we're looking at today, right? And this is what 2017 felt like. You know, like, things are just going up, you know, 1,000x. So you buy Digibyte right here, you put like $100 in something and you make like $1 million. Like, what the like, look at these pumps. Like, bro, like, still climbing. Holy shit. All the way up to 15 cents. From 15 cents from point 0.000, like 0003 to 15 cents. Damn. So those were some of the pumps that we saw in 2017. And also wow. Then everything came back to life in 2021. So this is kind of like a, you know, a little reminder that things can come back in different cycles. And we really haven't seen a cycle super crazy like 2021 or 2017 since that. So, you know, we had a little bit of a run here in 2024, you know, a little bit of 2023, but like the quote unquote big one, if you see Digibyte, maybe that's a really good top indicator. If you see Digibyte, ancient, you know, crypto coin, come up here and make like, you know, a new high, or like one of these type deals, like right here, like, let's draw this trend line. If you see Digibyte come up here and hit, what would this be? You know, 24 cents. Sell everything. Just sell everything. We'll keep an eye on Digibyte. If Digibyte were to pull like a Dogecoin type deal and it pumps to like 20 cents, remember this stream and go like Rekt. Stop being so euphoric. I know you don't want to sell right now. I know Pepe is currently trading at $2 trillion, but listen to me, buddy. You gotta sell. Digibyte is at 20 cents. And I'm gonna be like, bruh.
The meme coin supercycle is not just a prediction about the future. It's already happening.
I used to have so much Doge, DGB, $5 ETH in 2016. Imagine I never sold. Yeah, I remember when ETH was trading at like $3 back in, yeah, we're insiders, by the way. If you were buying ETH at $3 and you held, you're an insider, by the way. Apparently, with the logic of some of these spaces hosts. You made too much money, you're an insider. But yeah, it's absolutely insane. It's really fun to go back and look at some of these charts. You know, the craziest, I think the one that holds the record is Nano, right? Nano, are they even around anymore? Did they like have like a name change? Kraken, let's look at Kraken. I want to is this the same coin? Are they? No, that's, holy shit, man. So, okay, Nano, I believe Nano was at like 0003, but it didn't go to like, you know, just like 20 cents. This is like if Doge went to like $17. Like, this thing went crazy. And I gotta find like the full scale chart of it, but this was one of those coins where like you put $5 in and you made $1 million type pump. Everybody was desperately searching to see if they had any Nano. Let's see, Nano. I'm trying to find the old chart. There we go. Okay, it's even older than this, but I'm pretty sure. What the hell? This one wicked all the way up to $100. Yeah. So anyway, Nano went crazy. If I had Inverse Bra or Loom Dart on the stream, I'm sure they'd be like, go to, whatever website and check it out or whatever. Those are like the historians of crypto Twitter. They'd tell me where Nano was, but yeah, it's kind of fun to go back and look at these charts, especially Dogecoin. Let's go look at Doge real quick. While we're looking at old coins, I want to go look at Doge, the oldest Doge chart I could find. Where are you at? Doom. I heard somebody in a space the other day acting like they were just Albert Einstein because they were trading Doge against BTC, and like Doge and BTC hit a support level, and they were like, yeah, I'm trading Doge against BTC. Like it was some novel concept. Like, bro, everybody was trading Doge and BTC back in the day, like 2017, 2016. That was the only way we could trade it, really. So I thought that was kind of funny. It's like, yeah, I fooled the entire market. I figured out that you could trade Doge and BTC pairs. I was like, holy shit, guy. You're absolutely brilliant. Remember ICX? Yes, I remember ICX coin. Man, I was in the... those were the real trenches. When you're on, what was it? Like Hotbit? Or those coins like that. When you would go back and like a coin would change their logo and you'd pump like 200%. Or somebody announced like they got a new website and then you'd hit all-time high. You'd be like, what? Yeah, that was crazy. Did ICX wrecked you? I could barely remember ICX coin. Shit. Oh, here's Dogecoin. Dogecoin back in before Elon made his first tweet. Dogecoin at 0002. Back when everything was so innocent and we were trading Doge paired against BTC back in the day. And then all hell broke loose and Doge actually hit a penny. And we're like, let me tell you, man, when Doge hit a penny in 2018, this is before Elon as well. Man, it got so much hate and so much FUD, and everybody thought that was just like totally overbought. Nobody thought Doge would ever hit a penny. That's absolutely insane. It went over like $1 billion market cap or whatever it was at the time, and everyone was like, oh my gosh, Doge hit $1 billion. This is absolute garbage. I can't believe a meme coin. Can you believe it? A meme coin went that high. All the BTC maxis, the utility maxis were fudding it, and then Elon came, and the rest is history. And then everything changed. Everything changed after that. Those were the days.
Bruh. The meme coin supercycle is not just a prediction about the future. It's already happening.
Oh shit. Here we go.
Oh,
again.
Nano. That's right. Nano was yeah. The blocks. Okay. Yeah. Does it because I knew they rebranded. Do we even have that chart anymore? No, they don't have it. Yeah, so it was like a rebrand. And then so I don't know how that really worked. Did they like you just were rich after they rebranded? Like was it kind of like Lend before Lend transitioned to Aave? Like before they rebranded to Aave? Before there was Aave, it was called Lend, and it was like really cheap, like a penny, like 2 cents. Or did they do like some weird thing? I don't know. Said bruh Murat. ICX, we can go look at the ICX chart real quick. We got, speaking of Korea, we got to get Bobo on Upbit. Coinbase, Binance, the tier ones, awesome. Upbit, the Koreans putting the pump on the coin. We need to get Bobo to Korea. Upbit exchange. How much does it cost? We'll do it tonight. I need to find out immediately. I love Upbit exchange. They put the pump on coins just randomly. ICX against Bitcoin. ICX, Binance, Tether. Look at this. Go look at this. 2019. So this was, oh, looky there. You got listed on Binance, and then you absolutely nuked. That's the typical Binance type deal. So you know, Bobo gets listed on Binance. Look out, everyone. It's
Bruh.
don't FUD me. All right, look at your past history of what happens. Anyway, ICX. Yeah, they're pretty much. I mean, they even wicked to zero at one point here on Binance. It's pretty crazy. So if anybody had a bid on ICX at literally to zero, then you made a lot of money that day. Just put a stink bid on ICX, and it went all the way back up to 10 cents. That happens a lot, actually. I see that on a lot of coins. You know, someone just wants to nuke their whole bag, and then it just takes out the whole order book. And anybody that had stink bids set, you made a lot of money, because then it goes back to normal. So remember, yes, gosh, yeah, Dent, yeah, you know, like, wasn't the dentist coin? Yeah, the first dental coin. I bought 15 bucks of that shit, and you couldn't tell me nothing. Bro, hell yeah, man. I remember Dent. I think I probably traded that at some point too. I thought it was just like, oh man, the future of dentistry. Yeah, bro, we're gonna have all the dentists using this. If you want to get your like veneers, you're gonna have to have Dent. You gotta have Dent. Dent is trading at 0007 right now. I want to find an old Dent. This is fun. I like going back in time and looking at all the old crypto coins. You can learn a lot from this too. So if you're new, we're going back in the past and we're looking at all these previous cycle coins. Look at this thing. And somebody show FaZe Banks. Somebody show FaZe Banks
Bruh.
that you know, coins can go back up again. Because right now, like, here is the MLG chart, you know, and here is MLG if he started tweeting. You know, it can go back up again. A little bit. A little bit.
Bruh.
I don't know, not that much. I'm just saying. So Dentist coin went all the way to 9 cents in 2017, and pretty much every chart, altcoin chart, looked like this in 2017. This was like our version of the .com bubble, the ICO bubble, or what do you want to call it, in 2017 when Ethereum launched, and everyone was like, holy shit, we can make coins now. And instead of making meme coins, they all made utility coins, because you know, that's what all the used car salesmen would do. They couldn't just go out there and tell you to buy a meme coin. No. We gotta polish it up real and tell you that this is the future of dentistry, and that's a pretty good meme, actually. It could have been just a meme coin, but people, you know, bought it as the future of dental, and it actually had had a pretty good little bit of a revenge pump to 2 cents in 2021. So like I said earlier, if you see, you know, what was it? Digibyte. You know, Digital Monsters, Digibyte, and ICX and Dent. If you see them rally and threaten to make new highs, that is our signal as bears to just sell it all. Because looking at previous price action, I mean, you don't have to sell it all, but I would at least take profit. And, you know, check your euphoria. If zombie coins are coming back to life, like, you know, like a Thriller music video, they got literally their arms coming up out the ground and they start dancing. You know, people are euphorically dancing with their dead bags. Someone said, Bobo, 0 out of 10 dentists recommend. Oh my god, bro. 0 out of 10 dentists recommend dental coin. So Bobo is kind of at a checkpoint. We got people screaming Bobo in the chat. Don't scare me like that. You scared me. Bobo, we got to look at this little bit of an area right here. What you could say would be, I guess, another breakout resistance area on Bobo. We kind of already broke out right here as well. This was kind of another little area where we battled with and we broke out of there. So now we're at the next level, level 2. We passed level 1. You know, that's we got through that, and now we're at level 2, and we're just kind of working our way up. This is the next breakout point, but if we beat this level, there isn't a lot of concrete resistance right here. I think, you know, this would be around 100 mil, like Apu is doing battle with 100 mil resistance right now. This would be around 100 mil for Bobo as well, pretty close to it. And after that, it looks like clear skies. So I'm looking at this level pretty closely on Bobo, and it looks like a lot of other traders are too, because even the haters, they know if this breaks out, Bobo is gone.
I'm about to bust.
So we're gonna break through this area. And yeah, keep it 100. I think that's pretty much what will happen if we see that. And if you have noticed, Bobo is chilling at this resistance area, and you know, it looks like if it breaks this, it could send back to new highs. And the reason it's kind of chilling is because look at Ethereum. Ethereum is also chilling at resistance before threatening to make, you guessed it, new all-time highs. So we have Bobo chilling down here with no real resistance up here, threatening to just like full send. And we've seen this in the past with Bobo. Bobo will just start, you know, doing its own thing. I mean, Bobo's already kind of doing its own thing right now. It's just kind of outperforming everything. Not a lot of other charts in crypto look like Bobo right now. They're all kind of like all over the place. And we got a nice trend here building on Bobo as well. Let's look at it on the Guppy. On the daily, just a nice little bull trend here forming. Probably, you know, honestly, this is the best Bobo has really looked ever. I mean, with this trend, I don't think we've had this many daily candles in a row green. Let me get rid of some of this real quick, show you what I'm talking about. Usually there was a lot of chop on Bobo. Like, this is a lot of crazy mess. Red and green, red and green, red and green. People selling, you know, people who bought, you know, down here. They were freaking out because Bobo was pumping and like, oh my gosh, I got to buy my new Toyota. You know, I got to buy my new Corolla, my Chrysler 300. And then who knows what the hell these people bought, because holy shit, we came all the way back down here, and I was fighting for my damn life on the timeline, and we made it back up, and now we're starting to rally all the way back up. So hopefully everybody that was, you know, having a great old time in this cycle is gone now, and now we're gonna, I really like where we're at right now. The community is stronger than it's ever been. We have more holders than we've ever had. And I think that's why the chart looks better than it has ever. Like, I think we had the most green candles in a row ever on Bobo here in the last week and a half. We turned positive on the year too, on the yearly. So if you go to the 12-year, so technically Bobo has been green every year right now. Ignore the wick to all-time high. We have been green every single year. So one of the few meme coins in crypto that has turned positive on the year. If you go click, I'll be a hater right now, I go click Pepe. Pepe has a lot of work to do to get back to positive on the year, which is actually, you know, a good sign, because that's showing us that if we are in an alt season, we are still in the very early stages of it, because Pepe still hasn't turned positive on the year. Mog still hasn't turned positive on the year, and there's a few, you know, like SPX, look at that thing. Holy bruh. Very positive on the year. I think Fartcoin was the other one. Yeah, but Fartcoin is, they had a pretty big pullback today, almost at $1.13, but you know, they're positive. So I mean, there's a lot to be it's a little chart, but it's a mighty little chart. So Bobo holders and the community should be proud, because we are fighting back as Pengu did. Look at this massive buyback on the year for Pengu as well. Pretty cool stuff right there. Okay, let me look at Bitcoin on the yearly. Bitcoin's still red on the yearly too. So that's something I'm watching as well, because I'm like, okay, well, it's still early because we haven't even turned positive on the year with a lot of these Ethereum memes. And, you know, Ethereum breaks out. Ethereum is positive on the year, and man, this yearly chart looks really bullish on Ethereum. Let me get rid of this real quick. Look at this right here. Look at this buyback wick on the yearly on Ethereum, and it's just like stepping, walking up here. This thing, if you look at it like this, it looks like it definitely wants to like Chad wick up here to like 7K at least. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Let's see what the chat's talking about. Bobo code. Everyone here buy $100 right now. Bobo billions, Titcoin trillions, Bobo quadrillions. When we went from did you read the white papers to dev is out, let's send it. Bullish. Yeah. That is exactly what happened. Oh man. You know, it was such a process. I mean, even in 2023, you know, 2021 was pretty funny because 2021 was like when the meme coins really started popping off, and you know, exchanges and even like coin market cap, just to list on there, they were like, where's your white paper? And you had to come up with a white paper. So it was pretty funny to see meme coins come up with white papers in 2021. Like Asscoin, they just drew, I don't know if Asscoin was the kind of like the first one to do it, but they just drew a picture of a car going up to the moon, and it was pretty funny. So a lot of other projects kind of copied them after that. But yeah, because it's like, bro, what do you, I don't know. There's, all right, it's a meme coin. Could you imagine all these pump fund coins having to do white papers now? Like, what's the white paper? Like, what the hell is that, bro? I don't know. A lot of the news cycle people, they don't have no idea what fucking white paper is. Can't even talk right now. Speaking of BNB hitting new all-time highs, I'm gonna kind of look at BNB on deck screen right now. Is anything doing any crazy volume? Is there anything pumping on BNB? Is there any BNB season going on right now? Like nothing. Nothing? Simon's Cat? I know that one was kind of a coin. Why? Like they're catching a little bit of a bid here. Like look, like see, I don't know, just
I'm about to bust.
you know, just a little bit of a bid. Little bit of a bid here. But you know, BNB's at new all-time highs. So all these coins that have their liquidity in BNB are you know, pumping at least a little bit. Baby Doge was a BNB coin. They are not catching a bid at all. Baby Doge has 17.6 million in locked liquidity. That's crazy. That's how much money these coins made in 2021, where they can lock 17.6 million liquidity. That's what I'm trying to do with Bobo. I'm trying to see like a massive Ethereum run up, and we're just gonna get a lot of ETH and just lock it up in the liquidity pool with Bobo, and just like, now what? Now it can just chill forever, you know? That'd be really great. Let's do that. Bobo already has pretty decent liquidity compared to everything else, but that is awesome that they were able to do that, kind of capture that. And that's why these coins can sit at these high valuation market caps and essentially be I have no idea how many of you are out there like baby dogers, but I don't see a lot of baby doge shills on the timeline is what I'm trying to say. But they can just kind of chill at these levels forever. It's not time to crime on BSC yet. That's right. Yeah, man, BNB was just really bad for like, you know, just hard rugging and stuff like that. I think like BNB, it just doesn't have that launchpad type platform where, you know, the contracts get launched and there isn't really, I mean, contracts, you know, they get rugged all the time like Solana and stuff like that. But like BNB was brutal. Like it'd just be like a contract deployed and then it rugged and there was just no coming back because they run off with the liquidity, pool tokens, and you just can't really do anything. That was what the problem was. They just really hard rug and there was no no coming back from it. So at least Solana and these launch pads give you some form of life afterwards. Like it's like 15 mil liquidity, 11 mil market cap. I already checked it out earlier. I know what you're talking about. I'll go look at it real quick, actually. I don't give a damn. Where's it at? Australian. Yes, Altcoin. It's funny. Altcoin, the Altcoin hit $1 billion, or Altcoin hit like, 600-700 million. And Altcoin is at 11 mil market. This is what I'm talking about with liquidity. Altcoin locked their liquidity, I think, for 69 years, and it currently has 15 million in liquidity in BNB. So shout out to Liv, who also, if you didn't know, she was on Telegram crying because the dev actually lost all their tokens. So yeah, it was a pretty traumatic 2021 experience for all the Altcoin holders. But you have 15 million in BNB locked to liquidity though. It's pretty beautiful that Altcoin will always be higher than most of the coins that are still launched every day on Solana. So that's just straight up facts. Zed has reposted the transmission. I think that is in Italian. Is that I can't say it. Transmission. I've never seen that in the chat. So thank you for reposting the transmission. Ethereum. We looked at Rekt coin. We haven't looked at Mog coin. We looked at SPX coin. Spurdo. I saw someone launched a Spurdo coin today. It actually hit $1 mil, but now it has retraced back to the lows. And maybe they try to run it back. This is kind of interesting though, seeing people launch these types of tokens again on Ethereum. So I'll be interested to see if, it just wasn't like a one day off and they like try to rally and bring it back. So that's kind of I don't know if there's any other. I know there's a gondola. There's a gondola coin out there somewhere, I believe, on Ethereum. Don't kill me if I'm wrong on that. But there's a Spurdo out there now too. Speaking of that, let me go take a quick look at, Dodo as well. Okay, Dodo has recaptured 1.3 mil market cap. People speculating a little bit, starting to, rally just a little bit. Dodo, big meme on Biz. If we go to Biz and we refresh real quick, oh my gosh, we got all kinds. There's Bobina. Bobina. I think somebody actually launched another Bobina coin on Biz and scammed everybody, so that was kind of like the thread of the day. So Bobina is a very popular character on Biz right now. If you don't know what it is, it's the female version of Bobo. And yeah, there it is. There's Bobina, and I don't know. There's a long thread of this dev. I guess there's a dev on Biz that is that's scamming people with Bobina. So there's Bobina. She's all the rage right now, but I know there is a Bobina coin on base right now. So Gondola is on ETH, so Snotty Napkins, that is right. You could look at Gondola coin real quick too. These are like sleeper coins. Gondola. It's gone. Dola. Bobo Dev can't spell. It's at caught another so at $1 mil. This thing pumped before though. Let me go look back to 11 mil. So this is another like 4chan coin. I'm looking at Dodo. I'm looking at Mumu. I'm looking at Snibu. I'm looking at Gondola for like 4chan portfolio plays, things like that. So, send Kobe's vampire attack to 0. Stink put in new all-time lows today. So was it really Kobe running this? I think. Well, I know there were people that were like. I saw people that were kind of like affiliated with his little clique or whatever. I mentioned this yesterday on stream, and yeah, it was just kind of weird how this coin came out of nowhere again, even though it was like quote unquote what they said it was the first meme coin ever launched on Solana. They just happened to make a comeback when Stonks on ETH was putting in all-time highs. But yeah, there you go. That is very typical. Let me make sure the text is available for everybody to see, so you can see those all-time lows and in a HD format. So this is like, this is what made me mad, bro. Like, you get these coins that come out and they're like, they tear a community apart, and Stonks went to like 500k, started this vampire attack, and you like artificially pump the coin. They're just looking for exit liquidity and like taking advantage of like, the good times, like a bull run, and then they all sell off, and now it's just, like Guardian said in the chat, it put in a new all-time low today here at 4 mil, and it broke support. So sellers have found even more tokens, and they are raiding, and they're looking for 0. So go ahead and put the KO stamp on that one for now. Yeah, that's stink. I mean, they didn't get, like, you can't change the ticker, so that I mentioned it. Every time I looked at the STNK, it looked like stink. So something stinks on this chart. And if you hold stink, I'm sorry. Sorry you hold stink. Will Troll on ETH send to 150 mil again, or will Soul Bros win? Oh man. Troll lol. Oh, because yeah, there was that battle going on. I don't know. I think Soul Trolls are in control here. What is the deal with people launching vamps and clones? Weird. Man, it's just, I don't know. It's just the space, because people really, yeah, it's so frustrating too. Like, if you're a part of that, and like you're in a coin and somebody launches a vampire attack, and you have to listen to like they'll open up a space, and then you'll have like these KOLs come in and tell you why it's better, and they just like start fudding the other coin, and these people and like their character and how they've acted, and they're just like, they could give a shit less about what the meme is. They just want to make, a quick flip or the money, and then they'll be on to the next coin. But they'll have you so convinced that, like, hey, this is the future of vampire attacks. Like, we're actually, like, bro, just be real, man. It is like the strangest phenomenon. It really is. And another thing that really pisses me off is like when people can't just like buy the token, like, or like Solana KOLs, they need to be in underneath 100k to even talk about it. Like, they legit have to be in like under 100k. I think that's the reason why they won't talk about Mooncat. Like, the Mooncat's still, I mean, relatively cheap at like 5 mil, like it with, being, I mean, what looks like the main, if not the official moonshot leader, of the app, the coin, at 5 mil, and you got the Jupiter devs and everybody else shilling it, and got connects with Coinbase and everything. But nope, they didn't get in underneath, 100k. Even when we were talking about Mooncat around like 300, 500k down here, they're just like, nope, don't want to buy it. don't want to buy it. No, thank you. I didn't get in on the first 3 candles. I don't want to talk about it. So even though it has like some of the most bullish catalysts for any Solana like meme coin I've seen in a really long time, they just refuse to talk about it because 1, they did not get allo, and 2, they didn't buy in at the absolute lows. They don't have like 1 or 2% to talk about it. And even if they did have 1 or 2% to talk about it, they would just sell it, in a few hours and then move on to the next one. They're just demons, man. It's crazy. Is Wojak a buy here? Remember when they tried to vamp Bobo? Yeah, I remember. Hey, I saw there was a very good point brought up today. Hey, this is okay. I'm not trying to shit on the cows. I'm just saying. Remember how everyone this wasn't Ethereum, this was Solana that was saying this. Why would I buy a bear in a bull market when it's a bear instead of the bull? Well, go check the charts and tell me why I should buy that bull instead of the bear.
Bruh.
Okay? And that is not I'm not firing shots at the homies in the chat because it wasn't coming from them. It was coming from those vampire attacks, because not only did they say that, they said that, and then they launched their own Bobo. So yeah, it was them. I remember them. It was those people that were shilling that coin, the cow coin, and then they launched their own Bobo after saying don't buy a bear coin. And it was like, so that pretty much, negates the whole, the whole theory that you should buy you shouldn't buy a bear coin instead of a bull coin, because if you put the two ones right next to each other, which one is performing? You see what I'm saying? I don't know. I think, but with all that being said, Mumu on ETH should be performing a lot better. If that's what everybody actually believes, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and go to the Mumu on ETH chart right now and put in some 5 ETH bids? If you think that a bull is supposed to pump in a bull market, why does the fucking chart look like this? It should look like this. So put your money where your mouth is and go put some, 10 ETH bids on the bull chart. That's all I gotta say. And it ain't. And I want to see this. I want to see this coin succeed a lot, because we talk about this every single day. Maybe I'll go put the damn 10 ETH bids in it right now. I remember. Everybody in this chat remembers too. And I think a lot of the Mumu on ETH bros, they know what I'm talking about, because they're on my side with this. They know what I'm talking about. Bobo Billions says crash all day. The trifecta, launch a bear, bull, and crab all at once. Bobo is cute. I love the Mumus, man. But I'm just saying, because you have to understand where I'm coming from too, because I hear that like all the time. But when you put it like that, then it gets like, it gets kind of awkward. K reposted the stream. Is Wojak about here? Let's go look at Wojak. And if Mumu on ETH isn't at 10 mil by the night, I don't know. I'm gonna move myself. Wojak is at 26.3 mil right now. Let's see, Mumu, man. Wojak. Wojak. Okay, so all right. The thing with Wojak has. I've gone over this before too. Wojak has so much liquidity that it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to move the coin. And that is just like I love Wojak. I love everything about Wojak. Wojak is a beyond $1 billion meme, right? So if we get a legit alt season, we need the volume to move Wojak, because Wojak has so much liquidity for like 4.5 mil in like comparison to like Solana meme coins. Like if a Solana meme coin has 4.5 mil, it's at like 200 30 mil market cap. But Wojak's at 26.3, so that the ratio to liquidity is way off in comparison to other coins. So I know it says Wojak's at like 26.3 mil right now, but you could put a big bid in on Wojak, and it's not really gonna affect the market cap too much, is what I'm saying right now. You said send it right. All the movement. Okay, did I not come off as? I don't know. I was just kind of like, all right, okay, good. As you know, I'm not hating. I hated that narrative. Okay, I just hated that narrative. But yeah, Wojak, 4.5 mil liquidity. So that is kind of the deal with Wojak right here, though. But let me show you what I'm talking about a little bit, because if we go to Ethereum and we go to look at liquidity, and let's look at something that has 4.5 mil liquidity. Bobo has 4 million in liquidity, and it's sitting around 60 mil market cap. Andy has 4.5 mil in liquidity, and it's 82 million market cap. And if we look, where is Wojak? Wojak should be like right there. But yeah, that's kind of the deal with Wojak. Wojak has the exact same amount of liquidity as Andy, except it's 26 mil instead of 82. So, and liquidity is locked on Wojak for 74 years and 5 months. So, the way you get out of this situation is Wojak would be a really good coin for like whales to trade. If you want a low market cap coin, and you're a whale, you could put a lot of money in this and feel pretty confident that you can get your money in and out. By whale, I mean, you could throw like 5-figure trades in here, even like, low 6-figure trades, and still feel like okay, because this liquidity is so built up. But how you get out of this situation is you need an actual like alt season bull run with Ethereum. Ethereum goes up in price, this liquidity pool is going to rise with it. So yeah, this would be a crazy chart to trade if you're a whale. And let's say you get we need a lot of volume, and this thing will just absolutely send if people want to just start throwing massive bids at this chart. So this will be a very interesting chart to watch if we get a like full-blown alt season with Wojak, because the liquidity is so built up in it. So that's pretty much like my whole take on Wojak right now. And Wojak, if you ask them about that liquidity, they are very proud of that liquidity. They are very proud of it, and that is something to be proud of too, because basically your coin is always going to be, pretty stable, no matter what. That's how you can survive multiple cycles if you have, good liquidity built up. Doesn't really matter what happens after that. My favorite Wojak deriv is Fat GF. Absolutely hysterical. Yeah, Fat GF is pretty funny. So but with that being said, with the liquidity being like it is very vulnerable, I think, to like vampire attacks and things. We have seen like Wojak coins come out like vampire attack, because with that liquidity to ratio pair, it is very easy to make it look like another coin is more successful, because you can pump a coin to like 30 mil market cap on maybe $500,000 in liquidity. I think what's like Mooncat right now? Where's Mooncat? Mooncat is around what, 300k, 5.5 mil. So yeah, it'd be around about $1 million liquidity. So you do it on a fraction of the liquidity and pass the market cap. So that's my analysis of that. So what's a good look to market cap ratio? I'm trying to think of one. What's like I don't know. Mog is pretty good. Mog has it set pretty well. Another coin like Andy, their liquidity is a little, or they're like is a little bit lower. Like the ratio is a little bit lower. So like when Bobo and Andy have the same amount of liquidity, Andy's market cap will be higher than Bobo's, so it would have like a perceived like looking stronger than Bobo, when actually like the liquidity and everything is pretty much on par and the same. So it's even pretty close to that right now. Like Andy's liquidity is 4.5 and Bobo's around 4. So if Bobo is at 4.5, we'll still be underneath about around 70 mil, something like that. So it's kind of weird. I wish there was another metric or something to look at with that to show like the actual strength in some of these meme coins, and people would look at, you know, maybe they'd look at charts a little bit different. That's how a lot of new traders get wrecked too, is they look at a coin that's like, they're like, oh my god, this coin is 500 mil market cap, and then it has like 1 mil in liquidity, so if one person or two whales sell, it's over. Stuff like that. So that is something to look at if you're a new trader. Kind of take a look at liquidity to market cap ratios, and just notice how things are lined up. And you know, honestly, I have been trading like liquidity more so than the market cap itself lately on a lot of new pairs and things like that. So yeah. So anyway, we've been live for 2 hours, almost have 2,000 viewers, and looks like Ethereum is trying to battle back and turn green. Bitcoin is green. I think Ethereum will catch a bid here. Maybe China will wake up and battle back. But I'm having fun streaming with you guys again. So maybe I'll do another one tomorrow, same time around the daily close, and we'll see what's going on. Maybe there will be some more drama to look at with you know, Bayes Banks, and we'll see what's going on with that. With that being said, look at this tornado. Read them. Oh man. You said, hold on, one more thing. You said, is Titcoin a good lick to market cap ratio? Let's go look. I think Titcoin's a pretty good one, actually. Now that you mentioned it. Liquidity, market cap. Yeah, looks good. Let me, liquidity. Yeah, about a mil. 1 mil to 7. Yeah, that's good. That's real good, actually. Pretty good. I mean, Titcoin is, it's pretty much bottomed out down here. This is, you know, one of those coins, you know, someone CTOs it, it takes off again. One of those, it's sitting at a support area right here. Look, all the way from over here. It looks a lot like the house coin chart. You go look at the house coin chart. There is your little bit of support right there. Extends all the way over to about 7 mil. Let's go look at house coin. I think house coin actually fell below that support. Here we go. No, it's still above it, looks like. Same type of deal on house coin. Oop, that is not the right button. Okay, good. Right where it pumped, extend that all the way over. It's just kind of hovering right around there. Around, what is this, 10, 11 mil? Just kind of chilling from right where it pumped. Kind of doing the same thing. Let's go back to Titcoin. Kind of the same deal. Just chilling. These little support areas. And yeah, that's pretty much what's going on with Solana right now. We haven't looked at the pump chart yet. I am, and like I said earlier, I am, I'm pretty jealous as a bear trader. I should have been way more locked in on this chart, because you're probably not going to see a short this good in a quote-unquote bull market ever again. Because this has been, you know, a really like down-only chart. I think it made it has not made new lows yet. But there is your little bit of support area. You're trying to work on holding this. Holding on for dear life, I think, on Pump Fun. I think that's around like 800 mil market cap. There was your resistance area that was rejected. And basically, it's just been a complete technical walk down here. See, it was holding support, and then you broke down, and then it retested support right here. Then it just broke down and didn't even bother to retest support right there. It just kept breaking down. Now you have a new area of resistance right here on Pump Coin. Let me get rid of some of these drawings so I can show you. You know, this is what I would look for in like a reversal on Pump. So if you're looking for a reversal pattern on Pump, you would first want to look at it breaking a resistance area, because you're losing support after support after support. And your first sign of a reversal would be to like recapture a previous area of resistance and flip that into a support. So that's what I would look at on Pump. If Pump did this and recaptured that area and took off, that would be my signal to like maybe put in a long or just buy, and then try to ride it up to the next area of resistance, or see if it could, you know, just completely take off. I think if this thing breaks the downtrend structure, it has so much hype around it and so many eyes on it, it could, you know, potentially just make a banger of a trade, like a long, you know, just all the way back up. But I'm watching to see if it can even, first you got to hold support, and you got to recapture this area right here. So I'm really not even bothered with this until you break out a little bit and show me that you're making a new high from this this bearish trend structure right here. So that is my my pump.fun technical analysis. It's almost at the magic 70%. Is it the golden retrace zone, as Mitch Ray TA would call it? I think that's 60%, but who's counting? Let's see. Fib retracement based TA. Respect the TA with Mitch Ray. So yeah, I mean, it's down. We're in price discovery to the downside. You flip it upwards, you know, here this is hella bullish. We just inverted the chart. So but you can see, look at right here, if we zoom in, this is the hourly. You can see you know, price is reacting to this area right here. Let me flip it back upside down so I don't confuse anybody. But price is reacting. They're trying to hold this area as a support right here. So maybe, you know, there's people putting in bids right here. They're like, maybe I'll catch Pump Fun at the absolute bottom. You can, if you want, put in a long right here. And if it breaks below support or makes a new low, that's when you just cut it. And you're like, damn, I lost. You know, you lose a little bit of money. But, you know, that is the risk you run on the trade, because you have a potential risk reward. If it actually did run up there, you would have got in at the absolute bottom on pump.fun. So as for me, I would wait for it to break, you know, the structure. And I think you would make just as much if you were to long right here and ride it all the way back up to all-time highs. But if you want to gamble, by all means, it's at support right now. Can you please look at Brett on base? What's your take? Yeah, I can look at Brett on base. Go ahead, gamble on it. People have been gambling on it. It does look like it's starting to bottom out, though. I will say. I don't know. Brett on base. I got all kinds of squiggly lines on here. Let me delete them all. Actually, I think Brett on TradingView looks a little cleaner. Let's go there real quick. We're going long on live tonight, guys. I was gonna close it up, but now I'm in the zone right now. We're doing all kinds of TA. 4-hour chart. Looking for some type of pattern to jump out at me here. Does look like I want to say, I feel like I'm a doctor right now, like examining the chart. I say that every time. I look at Brett. I look at the Brett chart. I'm trying to find something like sneaky on this chart, like the weekly, like a MACD or like a divergence or something that's gonna. There is a, like on the weekly, the RSI, like a little bit of a breakout on the RSI here. That's kind of sneaky. Let's go look at it on the 3-day. Nothing too much there. It's really not giving me a lot, like either way right now. Let's see. There was a very clear trend line right here on Brett. Look at that. Then it broke down, went to like a little bit of accumulation, then popped back up. Actually, I'm seeing some things here now. Let's see. Can extend this all the way over. This like price range right here. This must be around $1 billion market cap because the price is really reacting to this area. Let's go look at where Brett is. Right there. I bet it's around $1 billion. It's 900 mil, somewhere right there. Okay, so there is your resistance area for Brett right there. It is making higher lows. Let's go here. Something like this. So I would like it to see like continue to make higher lows right here. There is also a little bit of like a trend right here, diagonal trend. Higher lows going into a diagonal breakout, and then here is your main area of resistance, which has also acted as a support in the past. There's resistance, trying to hold it as support, resistance, and basically a breakout and a recapture of this 7 to 8 cents area. And this would, this looks a lot like how the Joe chart looked when we were charting Joe and we were waiting for it to break out of this area right here. Let me go here. I see another breakout here. Let me get rid of this actually. It does play with this area right here. But I think this would be your major breakout area right here. Kind of forming a pattern. Check this out. We're cooking the Brett chart right now, guys. We're cooking it. Something like this. Just continue to make this like a big higher low. And look at this. This is your big Brett, your Brett bottom. If you turn this sideways, it's like a B. So this is your Brett bottom, big B bottom. And your breakout area here around 900, just right below 1 billion. So that's your psychological level of resistance, right around $1 billion. And you break above 1 billion, and of course you're going to send. There is not a lot of concrete resistance right here. That's why I compared it to the Joe chart, because once Joe broke out of that resistance right here, Joe just sent completely all the way up to all-time high. And then on the Joe chart, it ran into those what we call double top goblins. And the Joe chart is currently doing battle with the double top goblins as well. Joe chart kind of looks something like this right now, trying to curl back up and fight these guys. But that would kind of be my roadmap for Brett right now, is like a breakout of this level around 8.5 cents. And I think once you break out of that level, I don't really see anything on this chart where I would be like, damn, that's a pretty solid resistance area. Like, where are you going to chart? Look at like, let me move it over so you guys can see it. Like right here, like right in through here, around 15 cents, maybe. I don't know. I think it breaks that and it's going to start ripping though. As long as you can keep these higher lows in, you're just kind of consolidating underneath here. Looks like it looks like Titcoin. What do you think of these virtual coins like Tibber? I don't know. Let me go check it out. Virtual coins. I don't know. I have not even looked at anything like that yet. He said thanks. But yeah, that's Brett. Brett is, every time I look at Brett, I'm always like, well, let me go look at I mean Crash talks about this a lot too. Like, let me go look at Ethereum, and you can set up these resistance areas, and then you go back to Ethereum and you kind of see Ethereum doing the same thing, like the mother chain sitting underneath these resistance areas too. So even like Bobo, like let's go back to Bobo real quick. You see Bobo kind of flirting with these breakouts. Bobo looks a lot like the Brett chart actually. Look at, like, Brett is kind of like, you know, hovering at these like breakout levels too, and then like look at Bobo kind of doing the same type of deal. And then you go back to Ethereum and couple all that together, all the Ethereum meme coins, all the alts, and they're just kind of waiting on Ethereum to like break out, do a massive breakout, and then you're gonna see the Ethereum, you know, meme coins kind of follow suit, basically. That's you know, Ethereum is acting more and more like you know, like Bitcoin back in the day. So we used to trade everything in you know, BTC pairs, and you know, is Bitcoin moving to just like a new realm? Just it's in its own league now, to where we're gonna start looking at Ethereum as kind of like the coin that moves all of our coins, like the market, you know. But Bitcoin does its thing, but it's gonna start taking a lot to move Bitcoin around. You know, Bitcoin's gonna start trading like gold pretty soon, I think. You know, it's gonna get to that point where it gets so high, it's gonna take a lot of not a movie, it's gonna be like a movie when it gets that high, but a lot of money to move it around. That's what I'm trying to say. So not so much the case with Ethereum. So are we gonna start watching Ethereum? I've kind of been thinking about that too. And Bobo is one of his calls right now. That is true. Yeah, Crash. And we love the Brett community as well. The Bobo community, we actually have a theory that that Brett could possibly be a bear. He could possibly be a bear. He has, you know, we think bear ears, but don't tell the Brett community that. They all believe he's a toad. But we know the truth. That's why Brett and Bobo are best friends. They're like, why does Bobo get along the best with that character in the boys club? You know, Bobo, you know, he's kind of ferocious when it comes to Andy, Pepe, and Landwolf, but he's friends with Brett, and we think we figured it out. Crash Army has been holding Bobo forever. Squirrely says Honey Badger hype. the damn Honey Badger. Honey Badger don't care. When next Rekt cook? You know, I hardly ever mention meme coins, hardly ever. Like Mooncat. Mooncat still isn't fully cooked yet, so I think Mooncat, when Mooncat finally breaks out and starts pumping, you know, above, basically when it makes a new all-time high and starts really breaking out above 10 mil, then I'll feel like, yeah, I got people into a play where, you know, they can feel pretty good about it. And, you know, even with the chart just kind of chopping its way up to all-time high, it looks like some of y'all are, I mean, we could definitely tell that y'all are taking profits on the way up, because every time we hit a little resistance, everyone freaks out. Or so maybe we can, you know, be a little bit better at holding, so we can reach these levels quicker. But yeah, I think the coins are definitely being distributed before new all-time highs. So I'll feel accomplished on a quote-unquote cook when it reaches new all-time highs, so we can silence the Mooncat haters. If there is anyone out there who can possibly hate this this cute little cat shaped as a moon, they probably just hate me because I look like a bear, and I'm talking about it. Anyway, Mooncat millions, Crash, Brett, coin all day, bro, says the chat. Hoba? Oh, you want to look at Hoba? Honey Badger? Yeah, let's look at Honey Badger. Let me guess. Oh gosh, okay. You're at 1.1 mil, and Honey Badger, you're gonna be like, okay, Honey Badger is at 1.1 mil. What's the big deal? Well, the big deal is the Honey Badger. Look at it cruising in this car. Note the sunshine in the corner, which if you don't have the sunshine in the corner, the picture doesn't count. This coin has been just going up since May, June, July, August. So this, if you want to talk about cooks, the honey badger has been slow cooking. This is a real slow cook right here. May, June, July, but it is breaking out from 1 mil here. And last time it broke, I mean, this is the highest. You know, last time it got this high, it went all the way to, what was it, 20 mil? Let me go up. 8 mil. 8 mil. So last time it was this high, it kind of broke out and went all the way to 8 mil. So honey badger coin, check that out. That's like your area of resistance before you really break out. Actually, you're breaking out of 1 mil, and you're trying to go somewhere. You're trying to go back up here. Get in your car, get in your little Lambo, and go up here and test these new highs. That's the honey badger. That's honey badger coin. Honey badger, he don't care. I don't care. The whole chat says I don't care. It's a bear and it's blue, says Panther. Autismo NFTs. Autismo NFTs. Okay, are we going to Magic Eden for this? Autismo. CryptoPunks still pumping. Autismo. Is it the Step Cousins? This one right here? All right. I have not seen these yet. That's what I was talking about earlier. Like, if you're new into crypto and you're trying to have, like, you know, you're trying to, like, kind of like fit in or something, I don't know, get in where you fit in, there is a bunch of like Remilio type art, Retardio art out here for the low, and you can you come buy one of these and just fit in. I haven't seen, what did he say? Yo, bro, can I borrow 1 Solana? I just need to flip it on the sleeper shield ticker in the Cabal Alpha chat. I promise I'll pay you back, please, bro. 1 Solana, bro. Damn. That's okay. So those are the yo bros. Anybody else get so high that you start getting scared? That's a good one. There's no meme. I love you. Top text, bottom text. That's so epic. I'm going to rug you now. Says that one. Let's go to rares. See what the what's the most expensive? See, I think the most expensive ones. You got the Burger King crown. It just says the. That's what the text is, and literally just says the. Okay. I just. There you go. I'll let you read it when it loads. This one at 74 so. I peed my pants and I just effed my cousin. Says that one. But yeah, there's quite a bit of selection here. Autismo. They got a lot of new stuff I haven't seen yet, too. So I will be checking these out more in depth later. On a personal note, you got the Louis Vuitton hair. That's the Louis hair. Where's her hair? All right. So that is a Mog or a Moog one, a Mog one. They got Mog. I'm scared. I'm scared to ask. Anyway, that is we'll leave it with the Honey Badger coin. We always end the stream with a Honey Badger coin because it's always on a good note, because the Honey Badger don't care and he just keeps going up, man. I don't care. It's up. No matter how up, it's still up. Still up. The cousin one? Oh. Hold up. Where's the cousin one at? Oh. Yeah, it's a Mog one. Yeah, it's a Mog one. Note the rainbow hair. I just peed my pants. That was pretty good, but they're selling it for $13K, so they know what it's worth. They know their worth with this one. They saw this and they're like, this is an absolute piece of art. We're not selling this for anything less than 13K. You missed Joe? Ooh, that's right, we did. We talked about Joe. We even referenced Joe a few times, but we did not actually go and visit Joe, who is currently on the run from the police in this header. So Joe chart, like we said earlier, we really called Joe just the entire way up here, like on stream. We were just watching this one for a while. You had this clear area of resistance, like this breakout right here that was brewing, and Joe broke out and it never really looked back. And we went over some charts earlier where I was talking about how it doesn't really look like there's any clear area of resistance right here. So when you see this, you basically have to look at, put your bear goggles on. I know it's tough to do sometimes to put your feet, in the shoes of a bear and see and walk a while in their shoes, But there was really no area over here to set up a real resistance except for all-time high, and that's sure enough what Joe did. It ran all the way up here and it ran into the double top goblin. And like I've said before, people in this crypto ecosystem love selling double tops for whatever reason, bro. I don't know. People just can't let it run. They see all-time high and they just freak out like, I gotta sell.
I'm about to bust.
So that's what happens. And Joe hit the double top thing right before all-time high. Like, you guys couldn't even let it run to all-time high. Like, who did that? Whoever owned that Joe that sold at all-time high, you actually need to be arrested. Like, I hope this is you running away from the cops currently for selling your Joe before it hit new all-time high. So with that being said, now we are looking for a support area on Joe. We know this would be a rock solid support, but this would be, coming all the way back down to 28 mil. And I see what you're trying to cook right now on the chart. So this really didn't act like a resistance much on the way up, but you're like, hey, maybe this can act like a support on the way back down. So here is this little area right here, which I think traders are trying to set up as a support. Caught a few bids right here a couple days ago, and had a nice little daily candle 2 days ago, and we had a big red day yesterday, and we're still kind of red right now, but I think the market's battling back a little bit. So hopefully we can hold this area as support on Joe, which is around 41 mil, and then rally back up here and do a little bit of a revenge tour on these jerks who sold all-time high on the Joe chart, and get rid of this guy. Where's he at? The double top monsters of crypto. So I'm thinking this would be kind of like an area you would look at to bid on Joe if you want to, like, maybe DCA or take a shot. Like, if you're longing Joe, I don't know where you long Joe at, probably like on Ox.Fun. I think Ox.Fun changed their name completely, but I digress. This is an area where you would catch a bid on Joe, try to start, bidding. This is where the Chads are trying to step in. And if that breaks down, I think you just have like an absolute great support area right here around 30. So either way, bid, and then we got to go up here and beat this goblin's ass, because holy shit, man. This guy, he's there, man. Okay, so when Bobo runs back up to all-time high, and it will, that damn goblin, he's gonna be up here. I'm telling you right now, we gotta fight him. This is why I'm doing everything in my power to make sure, when we reach these levels, this guy he's absolutely pissed off, and he is waiting. He's like, you saw what I just did to the Joe chart. I'm gonna beat your ass too. Where was the damn Yeah, this is him right here. He looks a lot like the Grinch. So he's up there waiting. He's waiting. I'll just let you know. I'm gonna delete him because he pisses me off. I'm gonna delete this line too because I just, we're just gonna hope, we keep flying past that. But this is usually what happens. Billions per. Crypto Ricky reposted the stream. SPX cooling off a bit. Crypto Ricky with the Mog emojis. We should look at Mog as well. SPX and Mog. I always we'll look at them because I know there's a lot of Bobo people in the Bobo community. They're like, I don't care what my stupid dev says. I hold all the coins and everybody can fight. I'm just trying to make money. We'll look at SPX and Mog and Pepe real quick too. SPX is cooling off a little bit. I mean, it's still a monster chart. If we put the guppy on this thing, let me put the super guppy on here. Oh, I'm still the Grinch. Hold on, I'll get off the Grinch. Let me switch to Macho Bobo. All right, look at this guppy trend on SPX. It's tough to really tell, where an area of support would be. We can pull back all the way to 160 right here. It already did. You see this bounce right there. So let's look at it on the 4-hour. Here's another area of support. This thing is just like stairway to heaven right now. Where's that?
From the kingdom of heaven, please welcome God.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come.
That is the SPX chart right now in a nutshell. So it is walking up, breaking out of resistance and finding new areas of support, flipping resistance, turning it into support, and then continuing to pump higher. So I think this next area of support is right at $2. So $2 is like looking like your next area of support, like bid level on SPX. And if it falls below $2, then you're just kind of in a range between 160 and $2. Pretty big range there. Meme coin super cycle.
The meme coin super cycle is not just a prediction about the future. It's already happening.
It's already happening. Mog coin sitting at support. If Crypto BB was in the chat right now, she would start posting tomatoes in the chat. That's what she does every time I start posting Mog. But look at Mog chart is very clean. I already have it all laid out right here. It's chilling at a support area right now. There is your resistance area from previous where you tagged it once again. Look at right there, resistance, and now you have support right at support. So a lot of coins are either like consolidating underneath the resistance or they're sitting at a support. So we're kind of like at an inflection point. And so is Ethereum. We're just kind of waiting to see what Ethereum's going to do here. Ethereum has always been kind of like a wild card. We all know that. So we'll see how Ethereum reacts to 4K. It's caught in 4K once again, and we're gonna see what develops here with Ethereum 4K. Take a picture while you still can, and remember this moment because it could either end like it has in the past over here. Hopefully it doesn't do this again and we get something surprising like we've never seen before. Ethereum breaking out of 4K, recapturing this area as a support, and just absolutely sending. It's time. It's been 4 or 5 years. You'd think people have accumulated enough Ethereum to maybe we change the price action a little bit, maybe so. But yeah, that's my Mog chart. It's very clean, just levels there showing up on Mog. And this is another one where, if it were to break out here, you can look at this area like maybe your next resistance, another pretty clean area, and then you got all-time high, of course. But it's like drawing a Fibonacci chart without even really drawing Fibonacci. You can see these levels playing out very clean, and that's how traders are trading Mog right now. There you go. this is where we are heading. Phase 4. Phase 4. We had where's Blunts at? That trader Blunts with his what the waves called? The wave patterns. Yeah, hopefully we're going into a new wave. Elliott waves, that's what they're called. Yeah, Elliott waves, which always seem to be right. Here's Pepe. Okay, let's see here. You know, Pepe is a pretty clean chart as well. We did have like this one little false breakout right here. On May, I think this was like the World War III thing where everything looked really bullish, like Pepe was breaking out, and then we had like the war thing starting. I think that is, I mean, don't quote me on it, but it might have been later than that, but something happened to where everything just kind of tanked after that in May. A lot of false breakouts on charts that day. But anyway, Pepe has been grinding this trend line right here, making some higher lows, and it's been doing battle with this resistance area here. It's around I think like 5.5 billion market cap. It's been doing battle with, trying to break out of 6 billion. And you know, I'm hearing a lot of chatter from people like Pepe is being manipulated, it's being suppressed, the price is being held down from this level. But from a TA standpoint, it is definitely at a resistance area. It is you know, shown since February, even into December of last year when it was acting as a support. So, I mean, it's doing battle with this resistance, but I think really your main problem is, if it is being manipulated, is let's go check them out real quick. Where's I think this guy shilling Pepe like hard is kind of scaring people. So here's James Wynn.
Market makers are trying to suppress the price of $Pepe. Time to buy. When they let it go, it will erupt.
So if you've been following the James Wynn saga a little bit, I think people have really been counter trading him a lot. So if you go to, you know, let's go to cookie.fun real quick. I wanted to do this earlier too. And you go to like the top, you can look at like the top influencers or like the top voices on every coin. And if you go to Pepe, you know, James Wynn is like the biggest voice on Pepe, if not like in the top 3, top 4. He's always in like the top 5. And I think that might be kind of having an effect on your chart. If that's your biggest voice, is one of the most polarizing figures in crypto right now. Pepe. Let's go here. Let's look at Pepe's top influences. Doom, doom, doom. There you go. James Wynn is the number 4. Currently number 4. Plasma is always in the top 3. And then you got Bonk Guy at number 1.